Okay. Think we're live? We look like we're live. Alright. It's Friday. It's Planet Zoo Day, and we're starting early because we got quite a bit of work to do. And why not? Why not? Right. Get the end of the week started off with some chill zoo. Might as well. If our map loads. Yay! I was a little nervous there for a second. I was like, uh-oh. Don't tell me we're not gonna load. It always loads playing, though. I'm surprised it doesn't ever seem to load and pause. Alright. So that was the Butterfly Gardens. We finished those up last week. And I don't think there's all that many people in here. There's a couple people. I mean, it's okay. I wasn't expecting it to draw a huge crowd. Let's take the lights back up here though. Something a little bit more seeable. Where were we? Oh, we were working on the spider house back here. But I think I'm gonna redo this again because I'm not really happy with how the pathway was coming out. Shocking, I know. But that's why we're going early. I'm really not all that sure I wanted it back there anyway. I kind of would like it like back here somewhere, honestly. I don't know. Maybe it would be better off back there. It would bring a few more people back in that way. We could grab a pathway maybe off of here. And maybe plop it in back here somewhere. But we don't really need to be that scrunchy. There's no way that's a 20. There's no way. So we were originally thinking about putting it in there, but I don't think I can scrunch it up enough to really get it in there. If you hear any strange noises, husband's trying to cut the grass. Or maybe we could have it coming in over here. Like, that might be fun, because we've got serpents here. We could have it like come off of here. Alright, either way, we need to come into art shapes, and we're gonna go with flat shapes. Okay, so I need I guess it doesn't technically have to be flat shapes. Wow, you're kind of tiny. Oh, you're really tiny. Okay. Just keep getting progressively smaller. Those are more like squares, and those are... Okay. How big are you? Not at all. Wow. Okay. It's difficult because I need a big guy. So I think I need a big guy. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, can you lay down? Hi, cow. Yes, I hear you. Yes. It is cow. Cow is here, everyone. Like, it doesn't have to be super perfect. Hang on. I want to see. You know, we could probably make this happen a different way. I'm just being silly about it because I'm not thinking. I need something that's gonna stand out here. Okay. So I need you to let's take that off. this is not staying here. We are simply using this as an eyeball template. So it's gonna be a little bit oblong-y. So if we do something like that, we might have to come out one more maybe? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. It's only going to be room for really 6 legs. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, I don't want this to be super gigantic, but okay, so what did we say? There was 4 species of spider, I believed, because I was like, oh, we can do 4 on one side and 4 on the other. But one, 2. If we go 1, 2, it's 1, 2, 3. 4. So this would be pathway, like double wide pathway around the middle. Okay, I think that I want to bump that out 1. Question is there any point in that being there? Not really. Right? 'Cause I think the keepers are gonna bitch about not being able to get to it. So 1 species, 2 species, 3 species, 4 species. Okay, so if we remove those, and I know this is a really bizarre way of doing this, but this is what's gonna work for my brain. So this is what we're gonna do. Oh no, wait, that's wrong. There we go. Let me deselect the oh. Why is that bigger? Huh. Now I don't know if this is gonna quite line up the way I want it to. It may not. Do exactly what I'm hoping for. Excuse me. Oh wait, hold on. Excuse me. It's obstructed. Okay, well, let's get rid of all of that then. Let's look at 23. Why won't it? Well, see, I kind of need it. Huh. Okay. So, let me edit. Let me get rid of you two. Okay. So if I have you in there, I'm gonna leave that back one there for right now. Alright, what were we using? We were using bamboo. if we... That didn't last very long.
I got the front done.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I did about 3 charges first.
So that's like 23 wide there. So that's 23.
Probably could have gone a little longer, but I've reached a good stopping point, so I'll take okay.
So what if we are at 30? Okay, 30 is not bad. Okay, so let's get off of pathway again. Alright, we're gonna edit those 3 out. Alright, now. Is those 2 there? Alright, that's pretty even. So then the question kind of becomes, do we... Well, no, 30 might be too big. Okay, so what if we do take it back down to 23? Because we still have to connect these guys. I mean, that's like a little windy pathway. That's not terrible. Wasn't 100% the shape I was looking for, but you know what? That could work. We've got a leggy here, leggy here. 2 more leggies here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's edit. We'll take these 2, these 3 out, I guess. And then this guy back into there. Okay, give me 1 second. I have got to blow my nose. Okay, sorry about that. Allergy season is terrible and seems to be all of the time lately. Ugh. Okay, so that guy can go there. Let go. Why won't this let go now? No. No. What are you doing? No. Alright, let's see if we can kinda maybe get that similar. Nope, nope, nope. Didn't ask you. Alright, that's kinda similar. Okay, and then wait, where did I place that? Okay, that needs to be not there, I think. Maybe here. That's no. Like that ain't it. Like it definitely doesn't have to be 100% on, but at least like it a little bit even. Like just a little bit. And that ain't it. No. That still looks horrible. That looks a little bit better, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling that. I hate it all, darling. Okay. Alright, I don't think I can get away with, our pathway being oh wait, here we go. Idea. So what if we do it this way? Why is that obstructed? So we could maybe do that there. And it really doesn't like anything being over there, does it? Now, again, this is just hypothetical. On attempting to get this to work. Let's see. So that was donation Bucky about here. Talk point there. Really? You don't want to at all. Fascinating. Like, not at all. Okay, well that's not at all what we wanted to do. Why? Okay, that kind of works. No. I can reposition the bins. That's not a big deal. So let me move you. Like, you just don't want to be anywhere where I want to put you. Alright, so if I get rid of that one. Alright. Okay. Alright, so if we do that one there, and that one there, okay. How far forward did I have to come on that? What's the matter, Momo? What, buddy? What is the matter? And you stinker. What's the matter? Talk to me. Why is we whining? Huh? Are you mad that I didn't let you hang out? Why is that? Buddy, we've only been streaming 40 minutes. It's not time to go out again. And you're not gonna roll around in the grass that Daddy just cut. No. So misaligned. Although those are some pretty sharp angles back there, so you're just not gonna cooperate, it would seem. At this point, I'm not even really caring if we're cutting into where the triangles are. I guess that's close enough, right? Like, it doesn't have to be super exact. Right, so like this is gonna be kinda if we maybe there. No, come on. Wow, that's a really well, I mean, that's not too far off. Not really. Okay, I think we will need a bathroom in here. It's been a little bit. The question is, do we do a single? Or do we do a double? I'm thinking single. Might be the better way to go on this one. Alright, so we can put that there. Right, and then let's see here. How about we do information booth. We don't have that many of them in here. It doesn't matter that much if these guys aren't fully lined up, because I'm gonna do like rock work on here anyway. So, I mean, that's not gonna matter drastically. Anyhow, this center stuff's gonna come out. Everybody's doing pretty good there. I feel like this would be a wasted What are you doing? Stop it. A wasted opportunity if we didn't do a hat's fantastic though. Since there's that spider hat. You know, we gotta represent. Obviously. And do we want one more in here? 'Cause now I kind of feel like we need something to balance out. We do need a keeper's hut. Keeper's huts. Oh, that's a hat's fantastic. That's the large keeper hut. 6 can be in there at one time. So I think the small is 1 keeper at a time. That was a trade center. Yeah, so I'm probably gonna need to do one, 2, 3, 4. I think if I do 1 keeper, they're gonna be stressed. Since technically that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exhibits. So we'll probably have to do 2 keepers. So how about we do you want just a memento in there too? I don't think we need any food or drink, because we've got the food court over in Slithering Serpents, plus we have the restaurant right here. So I don't know that we really need to. Who else is mowing? She's not seriously out there trying to mow, is she?
I hope not.
It's a restroom. Got an ATM there. Yeah, I think maybe just a memento. So maybe round that out. These can get deleted. We could, in theory, do 2 small keeper huts, right? So come back into pathway. So if we go like staff, pathway back here. What, Momo? Do you really have to go pee-pee again? You have to go pee-pee again? Really?
Just a second.
Okay. Hang on, guys. Alright. Husband's gonna get the Mosasaur. Alright, so like we could do like a little staff cut through there. So, I mean, we could do a small keeper hut on that side. And then for like those 4 exhibits. And then we could do... Ah! Headphones are fighting me today. Alright. And then... could. So we have to have staff room. Alright, so if we room. Alright. Okay, so let's see. And we don't need a vet for these guys. So that's one good thing. Alright, so one keeper hut in there. One keeper hut in there. Staff room. We'll have 2 keepers and 1 educator. Probably like 1 mechanic and 1 security guard. 2, 3, 4, be 5. Alright, I'm pretty sure this is gonna need power. Yeah. Alright, so wow, really? wind turbine it is, I guess. How are we gonna do that, though? How to make this frickin' work? With our decorating. I don't know. This is gonna... I don't even know if we're gonna be able to make a spider this big. Shit. Like, I know I usually bitch that I want smaller stuff, but now I need big stuff. And I don't know, man, if I'm gonna be able to pull this off. I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright, we need this guy. Doesn't really need to be super tall. Placement on that might change. As we decorate. I feel silly because this isn't the second cave we're gonna have, but don't think I can really get away with a temple shape here. I just don't really see that happening. I mean, we could try. Or should we just stick with our rock idea? No, not cute. We need staff. So we do have temple walls. But I feel like I would end up making it very pyramid-y. With how I build. So these are like the painted ones. It would be a very square building. I mean, we could potentially... I don't know. I think we will go cave. I mean, we do have the other cave, but that one's all red. This one isn't as large. It's almost, but not as large. So let's see here. When we did the other one, we used oh wow, that's fancy. That is very fancy. Wow. What is this? It's another North African arch. Oh wow. That is very grand. It's probably a little too grand for what we're doing here, but nonetheless, let's see. Doesn't need to be all the way out here, so I think maybe we can get some foliage in there, maybe a bench. That feels okay. Alright, so let's come into rocks. We can go with the faux rocks. We don't have like a tremendous amount of those though. Although those are the aquatic faux, there's actual other faux rocks in here somewhere. Oh, those are small. I thought there was more than that. No? No, I'm mistaken. Okay, well, you know what? We'll do something here. I'm gonna go with the tropical rocks, because a lot of these guys are like jungly spiders, I believe. So that guy's a pretty good fit there. Is it landscaping at the church? I thought they had been doing Saturday lately. Now they're doing Friday?
Didn't look like the crew, just looked like one old guy.
Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Now, let's see what we got here. that's a little big to still be able to get some foliage in there. Alright, I'm gonna spin you that. Oh. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Nah! Okay. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Alright, we can put you there. I've got to redo the dots on my keys. I've either worn them down or I just never made them big enough. I'm having trouble finding the keys I'm searching for without looking for them. Because like the little visual assistant bumps on the, what is it? Look, what letter is that? F and J or whatever. They're not very raised up to begin with. Alright, we'll put that into there. And we have a gap right here I want to cover. Put you there. And oh, I had that's not too bad. Okay, I can probably live with that. We do have a bit of our mud pillar poking through there. It wasn't very much, it was a tiny speck, but I noticed it. And since I noticed it, therefore it would end up bothering me. Alright, so this side. Like, these sides don't need to be identical. We probably don't want them identical. I'm gonna put the flashlight on here just so we can try to see in here. Alright, I'm gonna move the lighting a little bit. Try to get a better angle on this. Alright, that's pretty good there. Now. Do, 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 do. So we could, in theory, put in some actual walls as a guideline, so we know where we're going. But I don't know if it's really necessary. And then that will add to our piece count as well. Alright, so let's see. If we turn you a little bit that way, I need to get around this guy, right? So sorry, had to get a drink. All right. I don't quite know yet if I'm gonna be able to pull off one giant spider. We'll have to see. I might have to do a few smaller ones. All right. So we're gonna have that go that way. Let's flip you. Oh, that's too... I know it's our staff path, but we don't want to completely cut that off. So that wouldn't really do us any favors. Not really. What time is it? Alright. I don't think I actually... No, it didn't. Okay. So let's go ahead and... Oh, nope. Let me leave you like that. okay with a little bit of gappage there. That's not a big deal because we're going to come back in and add some smoothing. We have to add a little bit of height, so that's fine. Well, maybe not smoothing is the right word. Make it look more cave-like. I guess would be the better descriptor. Alright, so might want to nudge that guy a little bit there. I mean, back at the house is usually a little bit nitty-gritty anyhow. Alright. So next question is, do we want this to come out and cover this entirely? Or do we want that window to be visible? Or do we want it to be all solid? Because we can solid it. That's fine. We can cut it off. It's not too much trouble, really. Hey, Boz. That dang star. Oh, Bozzies, did you feel the earthquake? I saw some reports of some people up your neck of the woods feeling it. We don't know if his mom felt it in Buffalo. We haven't heard from her today. You didn't, but your mom's friend did. She lives in Spencer. Yeah, I saw some people up that way feeling it. There was supposedly reports even like towards Florida that had felt it. I mean, that seems a little far-fetched, but yet when the Virginia earthquake happens, that one was felt like way far. So I mean, it's not that unconceivable. Some people were saying they felt it in Ohio. I don't know about that. Maybe. That seems a little much, but maybe they did. You know, I wasn't there. Everybody's in a tizzy. I think there's been like one aftershock that was a 2. I don't blame people for being worked up. I did not enjoy the one that one from Virginia that we experienced when we were there. Oh hell no. I have no desire to go up to California and be in the shaky shakies, so I would prefer it not be where I'm at. in New Jersey. I don't know if South Jersey felt it. Some parts of South Jersey might have felt something, but one of our ex-coworkers said she didn't feel anything where she's at. And I don't think where she lives was all that far from where we lived, so not that surprising. When a few years ago you heard a huge bang and didn't know why, apparently it was an earthquake. Huh. That's kind of terrifying. We hear bangs here and have no idea what the fuck they are. Is it construction? Was it an earthquake? We felt 2 since I've been here, but they compared to nothing like what the one when we felt in New Jersey. Like, the one in Jersey, the floor was actually moving, and we were in the basement. That was terrifying, trying to run upstairs and, like, going to take a step and your foot falling further than you thought it should, because it's like, where's the ground? That was scary. Like, I went to run to take a few steps to get out of the basement, and when I went to run, it was like the ground wasn't there. I felt like I was falling downstairs. It was not an enjoyable experience. We know nor'easters and the occasional hurricane, not this earthquake bullshit. Like, what? Another year there was a little shaking, but they were doing blasting nearby for construction. Yeah, I mean, that might have been that. Might have been quarry or just rock demolition. Here we don't know. Is it gunshots? Is it someone shooting off a cannon? Is it someone exploding tannerite? Like, we don't know. Although the 2 times definitely was an earthquake, because the doorknob was rattling and it woke me up, and I'm like, what are you doing? Because Russell was awake, and he goes, what are you talking about? I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting here. I'm like, why are you fucking with the door? I'm like, no, you're not. You're fucking with the door. He goes, no, I'm not. I was like, well, why is the doorknob rattling? And he had his headphones on, and he didn't even hear it. I'm like, how do you not hear that? It's fucking annoying. That was a quake, but you didn't realize at the time. Yeah, I'm gonna leave all of that shit to California. They can have it. Not a fan. Not a fan. I didn't even realize anything had happened. I had been I'd woken up. So I was checking on Russell because he had a rough night. So I kept waking up to check on him. And then when I woke up around 7, I had to pee. And I'm like, fuck. So then I tried to go back to sleep. And my allergies were like, oh no. No. You're so cute that you think you're going to go back to sleep. And I'm like, please, I'm tired. You're exhausting me. And it's like, too bad. And then I got super stuffy, and then I started sneezing, and then I sneezed some more to the point that I had to get up and get a tissue because all kinds of things were happening to my face where my nose decided it was going to be a faucet, and I'm like, no. And then I was trying to blow my nose, and then that wasn't working, and I'm like, why? Why is the one side of my face running out my nostril, but yet you won't let me blow my nose? What the fuck? I was so mad. Yeah, I don't need to be swallowed up. I'm good. I'm just fine in that. in that aspect. I don't need it. I don't want it. And then, of course, on all of the seismograph channels on YouTube, when I woke up this morning, I had been checking in on like the Taiwan situation, and everybody was going off about the one thing, and the one California one I kind of check in on from time to time had like 30 some people at this time of the morning, and I'm like, that's a lot. Usually there's only like maybe 15, 16 people chilling out in there. I'm like, 30 something's a lot for a work day? And then I was like, oh, the seismograph thingy's kind of busy there. And then I was like, oh, well, it's Friday. He tells everybody that Friday's trash day there, so the graph's gonna be skewed. And then I heard people saying something about Jersey, and I was like, the fuck? And then I started looking a little bit deeper. I was like, oh fuck. I was like, oh no, 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 no. Meow. What's the matter, littles? I was like, no, no, no. But, so like all the people in these chats on these seismograph monitor pages on YouTube are all like, oh, it's the eclipse. The eclipse coming's doing all of these earthquakes. And the mods in these chats are like, the eclipse is not causing earthquakes, guys. Calm down. And everybody's like, oh my god, who's gonna be next? And it was like, Jesus Christ. It's like, y'all, stop. Apparently the New Jersey fault that kicked off this morning was a known fault. It's just not a very active one. Like, calm your farms, people. It's okay. This one's been known to kick off from time to time. Touch grass and leave the tinfoil at people home. Kinda, yeah. It's like, stop it. Like, they're not common on the East Coast, but yeah, they do happen from time to time. Because of the way the bedrock is there, and especially if it's a shallow guy. Definitely gonna feel it further with the way the ground is over there. So we're working on the outside. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make a spider this big. We'll try. We'll definitely try. It might be hollow inside. And if it's hollow, it's hollow. But we'll give it our best shot. Okay, this needs to... get angled in. I'm gonna try. The building got a little bit bigger than I was planning on, as all things do with me. But I was afraid if I went smaller, it was gonna be a crowding issue potentially, where people weren't gonna be able to get by each other and stuff. So... And I changed the building layout on the interior a little bit, because I wasn't happy with how the pathway was working out, because we dicked around with the pathway for about 40 minutes to an hour trying to get it to somewhere that I was happy with. I kept trying to do a full circle, which is what I really wanted to do, and I wasn't feeling it with how it was working out. So, I don't know. I'm okay with this pathway setup. I'm alright with this. So we have a bathroom, an info, and souvenirs. And then talk point, and I'm gonna just double up instead of doing 4 on one side and 4 on the other. Since, like, mirror it, since, what was it? It was the 4 spider species, I believe we decided. I'm just gonna do, double in the corners of each species. And then we can have a talkie point in between them. And I'm gonna, like, put some plants and shit in here. I don't know what the fence looks like for this pathway, but we might make our own. So right now I'm doing the outside edge. Just trying to get our walls up. I know that gap's there. I'll fix it with something when we get there. So I made, then I was like, well shit, where am I going to put the staff buildings? Because we need a keeper's hut, and I was like, well, and then the keepers need to access it. So I was like, alright, well, I'm hoping that they'll just use this path for both of them, and that they don't yell at me that this one's not accessible. So I figured we'll do a keeper for these two, and we'll give them their own keeper hut. And then same thing on the back side. We'll just, like, do a rock wall here, and we'll slap a door in there as a staff only or some shit. And then they can walk around the whole, like, a U shape back here to clean and maintenance and what have you. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I think I can kind of enclose it, or we might just leave that section open. I might just not put a roof over that part. So we'll see. I'm still kind of winging it, but we'll see how this goes. At least I finally kind of settled on a potential path system here. We'll see, but I gotta get the walls up before I can figure out the spider, I think. Potentially. Well, it's that, or we leave those buildings outside. Ah, fuck. My brain's like, but what if you do this? I'm like, shit. It's like, really, brain? Bang up time to mention that. I mean, or we don't do the spider over the entire thing and we just do the spider over the concessions. Or I love how these ideas just keep fucking happening. Or we do a smaller spider to try to mimic the spider in the exhibits over each exhibit. I think I still want to leave the rock wall up. But, let's see. Pretty sure it was just the 4 spiders that I have. Right? It was the pink tarantula, the wandering. The bird eater. And the red knee. That's a beetle. Yeah, so 4. Brazilian salmon pink tarantula. Black in color with pink or red hairs on their legs, and that's gonna be difficult to pull off though. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That might be more doable. Do we still want to wall the whole thing in? I think we should. I don't necessarily have to put a roof over it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I have the pieces to make one that big. So what if we either make a medium-sized one or a large-sized one over the concession stands, or we just do 4. I don't think I'm going to be able to necessarily, like, I can't do pink hair on the legs. That's not possible. But maybe we can make a spider statue and just plop it on all four. Or like I said, we do one central one. But if that's the case, you know what? Let's, because if I do the spider over the concessions, then I don't want to roof this. And maybe we can just put up like temple walls surrounding it. And like we'd have to have walls just to hide this, but the temple walls should be on panels. Should be something that we can use with that. Yeah. Okay. So I wasn't really feeling those rock walls anyhow. I felt it's a little too much like the other bug cave. So what do I want to... You're over here thinking pathing like a web and like I bite off more than I can chew too. Oh, that is different. Well, I'm not going to touch the pathing now because I've kind of got it somewhat where I'm happy with it. It's vaguely web-like, kind of. Not really, but, you know. So what kind of walls do I want to put on these? I think the centerpiece would probably be covered in stone. Or we can just do the temple pieces here, too. I mean, this is also a possibility. Stone brick. Okay, so we've got the paintables. Hold on, let me fix our lighting now. Okay, that's not brown enough. Too red. That's very... Grr. What if I come like up into here? Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Not an exact match, but I think I can work with that. Okay, so if we pop you onto there. Well, these guys aren't all the same building, so have to exit each one. No. No. Thank you. Alright, and then yeah, they've got some off-grid pieces. You can go there. Alright, and then let's get some, Really? I'm gonna have to go with that piece? Dang it. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, that is colorable. Nope, we've already gone with the temple. We're not gonna change it now. Alright. I feel so bad because I keep being so indecisive on this today. It's just an indecisive day. That's all there is to it. No flickers. Well, we're gonna cover that corner with some rock probably anyway. So these aren't all part of the same build. Like, all of these buildings aren't attached to each other. So that might make this a little bit tricky. Because I couldn't really get them to cooperate with each other. Trying to do this. Okay, so you're gonna... Nope. You're gonna flicker like crazy. Oh no, that will drive me insane. Where is... Alright, that looks a little better. That's every day for you? Yeah, like, I can never make up my mind what I want to do. I agonize over the stupidest shit sometimes. Things that other people would be like, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, no, you don't understand. It is that big of a deal. You just don't know. I'm trying to be happy with the first decision because I know my brain. Really? You're just gonna, aren't you? Yeah, you're just gonna. Well, I'd be a lot happier with you if you wouldn't just. I know that's off of that. I would almost have to sit you down in there. You do project out just a little bit. Is there anything I can do to make you not do that? No, because that's... Panels can be great, but when your brain's like, oh, those aren't lined up right. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll have the little gappy doos, right? We're gonna have the gaps. We're gonna leave them there. Excuse me. Like, that's fine. 'Cause we'll do this. Well, do we want a faux rocket? Yeah, it's everything. Like, it's what do I want to eat? Where do I want to eat if we're going out? Or if we're even thinking about going out. It turns into like a 25 fucking minute debate, and I'm like, let's just stay home. I've got too many options. Somebody fix it. I just can't. Oh, that's a big one. But maybe that's what we need. If I spin you... Not saying this is the spider's legs. I'm just trying to cover the gap in the wall. And we'll go from there with some other rocks and stuff. Alright, I like this one better. This feels more like tree rooty. This feels more supportive. Like, it's all of the things. It's like, do I want to do laundry today? I don't know. How many clothes do I still have left? It's literally everything. It's awful. Do we go food shopping now? Do we go food shopping later? But then there's times where my brain's like, no, we need to do this thing right now. Right now. My brain will not let me be until this thing is dealt with. It drives Russell crazy sometimes, which is kind of funny. Because, like, he'll say he's gonna do something, and I'm like, okay. And then he'll, like, sit down and not do it. I'm like, I thought you were gonna do the thing. He goes, yeah, I'll get to it. And I'm like, but no, you said you were gonna do the thing. He's like, yeah, I'll, in a few minutes. And I'm like, but no, you said you were gonna do the thing. You need to do the thing. He's like, yeah, but I just woke up. I need a minute. I was like, do I need to do the thing? Because, like, my brain's like, he's not gonna do the thing. And the way it was left, the thing had to get done. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. My brain won't let me. He's like, no, you can. I said, well, I need to know if I have to do the thing before I get involved in something else. He's like, no, I told you I'd do the thing. And I'm like, yeah, but you actually have to do the thing before we go to bed. Like this must get done. And he's like, yeah, I'll get it. But there's been other times where he doesn't finish it. And then I'm like, I can't focus on what I'm trying to do until the thing gets done. So then I just have to end up doing it anyway. I'm like, are you sure I don't need to do the thing? It's horrible. Like, when he says he's gonna get dishes, and I know they're sitting out there, and they're piling up, and they're a huge mess, but I'm sitting here video editing, and I'm like, I really should go do those dishes. He's like, I said I'd get the dishes. I'm like, yeah, but when? Because you said that yesterday, and now it's becoming a thing in my brain, and now it's, like, super upsetting me, so, one of us needs to do them, like, now, for the sake of my own well-being. Because this is turning into a thing now. He's like, no, I told you, I'll get it. And I'm like, but you haven't yet? And so my brain's angry. It's yelling at me that there's house chores that need to be done. Which is why I don't get anything done in a timely manner, because I'm like sitting here fretting over the other thing not being done. Because I feel like I'm goofing off because the other thing hasn't been taken care of yet. It's horrible living in my brain sometimes. It's not a fun place. Alright, that's not too bad. I can throw a support piece over that seam. Yeah. And then this guy, I drive him crazy. I mean, I do feel bad about it, but I can't help it. I did get Chungus done. The Chungus edit is completed and is up on the YouTube page. Yeah, it's not a fun place to be. There's constantly a work going. Hi. Can I help you? You have a wiggly tail. Yes, you do. What is the matter? Hi, you're climbing up. How long has it been? Buddy. It's not been that long. No. You're terribly cute, but no. What's the matter? Here, want me to fix your blankie? Fix your blankie? You can't possibly have to pee more. You okay there? A little wobbly today. You alright? Yeah, you're alright. Excuse me? No. Buddy, I don't even think it's been an hour since you were last out. do you really have to pee that bad? I think you just want to sit outside in the sun. And we can't do that right now. Because Mom's is in the middle of something. And Dad is somewhere. I don't know where Daddy fucked off to. Daddy was cutting the grass, but then we had to charge the battery. We got... Did I tell you guys that story? I can't remember. I may have. Our neighbor wanted us to start her lawnmower because she was having trouble. The one that had back surgery and really shouldn't be cutting the grass. So Russell's like, I'll cut it. Just, you know, let me see about trying to get it started. Because he uses our ride-on lawnmower. The ride-on lawnmower refused to start. And we're like, oh fuck, we forgot to disconnect the battery. For winter again. So he's like, great, now I gotta go get a new lawnmower battery. He went and got a new lawnmower battery. And switched it out. And still didn't start. He's like, what the fuck? So then he went back to the hardware store. Or to O'Reilly's Auto Parts. I'm not sure where he went. He went somewhere. Because we were in the middle of stream. Got a new spark plug. Put that on. Still wouldn't start. We're like, what the fuck? So then he went and he got some, like, some of the shit that you can put in the gas tank if like moisture might have built up in the gas tank and that's why it's not going. Nope, that didn't do it. He made sure there was oil in there. He put fresh gas in there. He fucked around with that thing for like 3 hours and still couldn't get it to fucking start. We still haven't been able to get it to start. Because then he thought he flooded the engine. We don't know if there's an air filter or something on that thing. His mom was shown how to operate it. She bought it through her sister who was working at a tractor company. And they delivered it and they kind of showed her how to use it. But I don't know that we were given any manuals or paperwork. We might have, but that's long since been fucked off and somewhere in the house and who the fuck knows where. And this thing was expensive. This was not a cheap piece of machinery. So I was kind of mad that much had been spent on it. And I'm like, we couldn't just get a simple one, like a John Deere or something. That, you know, would be a little bit easier than this honking thing. This thing's got like a roll bar on the top of it. It's like landscaper quality. We do not have that large of a yard. I felt like it was a bit much, personally, but okay. Wasn't my money. I didn't spend it. So then we had a push mower that he was using way before she got the ride-on. And so he had actually gotten it to start a couple of times in the fall, which surprised the fuck out of him, but he was like, cool. He's like, well, let me try to get that one started. Nope, couldn't get that one started either. And we're like, what the fuck? And he couldn't get the neighbors to start. And she's like, well, I'll try to get somebody to come over and look at it. And we don't know how much longer she's going to be living there either, because dude's raising her rent and she was already getting help with rent through the state program or something. So we're like, what the fuck? So then he started looking at getting a new mower, and I'm like, okay. And we were going back and forth about pros and cons. And he's like, yeah, but with the electric one, I don't have to worry about all this other shit. I can just charge the battery and fucking go. And he's like, they're really not that much of a price difference from the gasoline ones. So we ended up getting electric one. I don't know why he's being grumbly again already, but he's being grumbly again already.
Well, he's just gonna be grumbly then.
Who were you talking to? Because I heard you talking. Alright, hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry. We had to discuss finances for a second. So we dicked around going back and forth and ended up getting a that does not look like it's in the right spot. I'm sorry. Hold on.
So did Boz feel the earthquake?
No. Ha. Wasn't in the right spot. But, yeah, so we ended up with the battery-operated electric one, but it takes like 80-ish minutes to charge. He did get the front yard done. But so it's like an all-day project now.
To be honest, at this point it would have been an all-day project even if it wasn't.
Why?
Because I don't think I could do the whole lawn with a push mower in one go.
Oh.
Not anymore.
I mean, if it was just our lawn, maybe. Maybe. But we're also
not.
cutting the neighbors too, so it's a double lot. But I don't know how long we'll have to do that, because if she moves out, then fuck that, that's his problem.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of pricey, but if it saves us from having to play whack-a-mole to get the fucking thing to start. We still have the push and the ride-on. You have 2 batteries. Yeah, we need to get a second one. The one he was looking at on Amazon, I think, came with an extra battery. And, but we just ended up getting it at Walmart because he's like, oh, it's the same company. And I was like, oh, really? So that one only came with the 1 battery, though. We might end up picking up a second battery, maybe next year. If we weren't trying to go to Florida in September, I probably would have just told him just to get the second battery now. But that was also right before the hot water heater went and right after we were trying to figure out what in the fuck was wrong with the car. So your stepdad got this one. You have no idea from where. Probably Lowe's or Home Depot. Yeah, we were looking at those places. The one place we were looking at, where the fuck was it? I know this. Harbor Freight. He was looking at, and he goes, well, this one's like half the price. And we went there, and it was just for the lawnmower. It didn't come with the charger or the battery. And he's like, I swear it said that it came with it on the website. And I was like, okay. And then we got home and I looked it up. I'm like, no, it specifically says it doesn't come with these things, and to get these things it would be like almost $600. He goes, oh. I was like, yeah. Like, you didn't actually fully read the fine print there, buddy. As it was. As it was. I'm kind of glad we ended up having to go to Walmart to get it, because we had to tie the trunk shut because it wouldn't fully fit into the car. But it was the same company that he was looking at on Amazon, so I was like, alright, I guess. But even that was almost $500. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, I don't know about this. This is an awful lot of money when we're trying to not spend money right now. We had to dip into our savings to deal with the hot water heater. I was not happy about that. But his mom is slowly going to be giving us money to cover half of it, at least. So I wasn't expecting that. I just kind of expected us to be just eating it. But you got the Ego brand. I think this one is Greenworks. I mean, it does all right. He doesn't leave the bag collector on it. He doesn't care. So he's like, whatever. I felt bad though, because we've got all these tiny little white flowers, and then there's tiny little blue ones, and then there's some little purple ones that are just kind of popping up through the grass. And then, you know, we have the dandelions. But I felt really bad because he was gonna... And then we have this, like, clover thingy with, like, a pink flower that is really pretty. But I felt really bad that we were gonna have to cut the grass, and we'd been holding off. But our neighbor cut theirs, and then the people on the corner across... Our one neighbor cut theirs. There's another house to the other side of us, and then there's a street, and then people on the corner, and the people on the corner cut their grass. And so it was really obvious that we hadn't cut ours yet, and it was looking kind of tall with the rain we had recently. And I'm like, sweetie, the city's gonna get pissed because it looks pretty scraggly out there. It's all uneven, it's all tall. And our neighbor, the lady's yard that we will mow for her occasionally, she says that her landlord gets kind of pissy when the yard starts to get a little tall. So I was actually surprised she didn't say anything, because it's a little rough out there right now. He's like, well, I'd been trying to get him to do it for a couple of days, actually. And then it rained. And then we had to wait for the grass to dry out again. Because he's like, yeah, I'm sinking in out there, so it's not gonna be today. Maybe I start with this one first. You get busy on the rinse gets all, yeah. My brain. I've been looking at houses. We're not going to be able to move anytime soon, but I like to know my potential options of what I could possibly find if I'm patient. So, because, you know, we're not opposed to doing a trailer if it comes to it, providing we don't have lot rent. That's the big thing, because they can raise the lot rent astronomically on you. And that's like always a constant, but it's like an unknown variable because you never know if they're suddenly going to raise it, right? So we didn't really want to have to deal with that. And then we were thinking, well, maybe condo if it comes to it. But then it's the same thing. It's not lot rent, it's HOA fees. So it's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. I did see one condo down there that the HOA fees, I think it was around $500, $550, but it covered cable, internet, water, trash, sewer, lawn maintenance, use of the community pool, and I was like, that doesn't sound so terrible. Considering I've never seen them where they covered cable and internet, and I was like, well, cable really wouldn't be that big of a deal for us, but the internet would be helpful. And you know, the water bill, that would be great. But I also don't want to be told what I can decorate the outside of my property with after I bought it. So I was like, yeah, no. We did see, or I saw, a couple of, and they do exist down there. They're just kind of like unicorns when they come up for sale. A couple of mobile homes in a park that didn't have an HOA or lot rent. You bought it outright. And I was like, ooh, that's what we're talking about. The only problem was that I wasn't real keen on. I could make do if it came to it, but it makes me nervous, is the fact that it was well water and septic. I've had a well before, or we did, my parents and I, at the one house we were renting, and the pump died on Thanksgiving. So no plumbers could come out. The landlord gave us money to go get water. Rightly so. So that we could like flush the toilet and shit. Because we didn't know if the well ran dry. We did not know if the well ran dry or if the pump died. Turned out the pump died. And that's real fucking expensive. Like real fucking expensive if there's a problem there. Because like new wells being drilled could be like 40 grand. So that's kind of scary. Especially when the house has been there since the 80s and you're like, okay, but what's the well situation? What's the septic situation? Like, I would almost go into that wanting to ask, like, okay, is there the possibility of hooking up to city water here? Or is that just, or is the infrastructure just not here? Because if it's not there, it's not there, and you just have to lump it and fucking figure it out. But, yeah, new wells can be really expensive. Really expensive. So that's scary, not knowing if that would be a thing. If that would have to be done. So... It would be a factor in making a decision. But, I mean, the one trailer itself wasn't in real bad shape. Like, they had done some upgrades to it. I hated the color of it, but, you know, that can be painted. That's not a huge problem. I mean, that's not that terrible. But, I think the one property was 100,000. And yeah, that's a lot for a trailer, but for you owning the lot, not really. Like, it wasn't that bad considering that you got the lot and there was not going to be any HOA fees. So that was attractive. And I'm like, that wouldn't be too far-fetched. I mean, considering the house prices in that area. And it's survived this long from like the early 80s. Like there was a couple screens that would need some patching or something. Nothing too major. And it didn't have like a whole bunch of bullshit attached to it. And I'm like, then I could decorate my yard the way I want. And pets were allowed. So that's another thing. A lot of the parks were like, no pets. I mean, it wasn't bad because, yeah, there were cheaper homes, cheaper trailers down there. However, the ones that were like in the, let's call it, I did see a couple for 10. 10 to, yeah, what do we want to say? 10 to like 75-ish range. Some of them were in communities that were not pet friendly. I guess for insurance purposes, maybe. And not only that, like, I want to be able to have a pet if I want one. Some of them were one pet only, either cat or dog. Had to be approved by the park. Had to pass a background check. One of the parks wanted 2 times the lot rent in available income. And I'm like, oh my god. Some of these lot rents were insane. And I'm like, okay, but like what's the lot rent? And lot rent was like $950 at the one place, or $900, and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? And I can't even have a pet? I'm sorry, what the fuck am I paying for? What? You're crazy. $950 a month in lot rent, not counting, like, I think it covered trash pickup and maybe water. So you're gonna tell me how I can decorate my yard because it's part of an HOA. You're gonna make me pay that a month. Plus it looked like there was property tax on top of it that you had to pay. Some parks you don't pay property tax, some you do. And I was just like, what the fuck is this insanity? I'm just like, oh no. No. The $100 place was or $100,000 place was a lot better than this bullshit. Even if it was like grotesquely pumpkin orange on the outside. It was like dirty pumpkin orange because of the weather and wear and tear. But I mean, can of paint, take care of that. That's not a big deal. And it had a fenced in yard. It had a chain link fenced in yard too. I was like, ooh, that's nice. Cheaper than anything around here, which is insane. There's only 3 good months to even live here. Yeah, it's like, okay. And the good thing about the place that was $100,000 with no lot rent, no HOA fees, you owned the property, was that it wasn't in a flood zone either. And I was like, oh, because a lot of the houses down there, realtor.com has a new like environmental map that you can kind of find out if the house you're looking at is in a potential flood prone area. And there was houses that were not on stilts that were in like $300,000 plus range that all looked very shiny and brand spanking new remodel on the inside. like knew everything, and then you looked at the environmental risks and it's like extreme flood zone, and I was like, oh, is that why everything looks so shiny and new? Did it flood? Did you guys just remodel and decided that yeah, you're done with this shit and you're gonna like schlep it off onto some other poor sucker? Because that's kind of what it feels like. Especially considering the house insurance company. Yeah, like I think my brother's like, I don't even think he was able to get insurance, or my aunt and uncle weren't able to get insurance. One of them wasn't able to get insurance, which was kind of crazy, but because it's like, then you're really fucked if something goes wrong, and like that's pretty scary. But, you know, it didn't look like there was a whole lot of remodeling that happened with this place, so, like, on the outside. You okay?
Mm-hmm. Time for me to get that hedge trimmer. I didn't realize her shit had run wild back there as much as it did.
Whose shit?
Nancy's. It's back in the corner.
Oh, okay. He gets to play with his yard tools that he bought. The ones that were on sale at Sam's. But, forgot what I was saying. But yeah, I mean, that's a scary thought to not have insurance. Oh, right. So, like, the outside of it doesn't look like anything was brand spanking new, so I don't think it's had any major damage. So that's kind of encouraging. I mean, we can't do anything about it anytime soon, but it's good to know what options are potentially available down the road, so please be careful. I don't think he heard me. I think he had his headphones on. I'll be sitting right across from him in our room, and I'll like start talking to him, or I'm trying to like say his name to get his attention, and then like 10 calls later of his name, he's like, "Are you trying to talk to me?" Because I have my headphones on. I'm like, "We're in the same room. Turn them down. You have them up too high. Too loud, sir. You don't need to, like, drown me out when I wasn't even saying anything to begin with. Turn them down." I feel like we've gotten nothing done today because of my indecisiveness. And I do apologize for that, but that's the way it goes some days over here. But I think we're on to something now. So I think I'm feeling this design, because it's a pretty close match, right? And then we can kind of do our spider guy on the top of the middle building as like the center showpiece, and then maybe we go like temple walls surrounding the whole thing and landscape it and stuff, just to kind of hide like back of the house and things. So I think we're definitely off to a better start than we originally were. I think we've finally found some footing. I'm actually just kind of checking real estate to see if my brother put his house up for sale yet, to be perfectly honest. I thought I saw it, but the road wasn't quite the same name. And the driveway didn't look quite right, so I don't think that was it. I have the house number. I should have just looked up the house number, but the street name didn't quite match, so I was like, I don't necessarily think that was him. I'm just curious to see what he's gonna put it up for. Though he had to have a heart procedure a couple of weeks ago. I don't remember what for. Nobody really ever tells me anything, so I don't know how long he had to wait before he could go back to working on his renovation projects. Because he's like, man, the house inspectors down here, they'll get you for every little thing. I'm a little nervous when it comes to house inspection for here. Because I'm like, yeah, this is going to be as is, and it's going to have to be the buyer's problem. If we are able to move, when the time comes. If we're not, and I really want to get the fuck out of here because this area is just, it's killing me, allergy-wise. I have never felt so sick. Than I have these past few months with just my allergies being terrible. And it hasn't let up. The only time it lets up is when we leave the state. That's how I know it's an allergy problem. Because when we go to Tulsa, to the zoo in Oklahoma, I feel a shit ton better. We went to Florida, wasn't bothered once. We come back, itchy eyes, stuffy runny nose, I'm sneezing my head off, I'm all full of fucking snot. It's pissing me off. Oh, shit. Like, it's definitely environmental to here. 100%. Yeah, I mean, I'm not real thrilled with winter here either. It's been pretty cold. I'm getting tired of I'm getting tired of the roller coaster temperatures, is really what I'm getting tired of. If it's gonna be chilly for the winter, then be chilly for the winter. We're supposed to have an 80-degree day next week, but the day before the lows are supposed to be in the 40s. I'm like, what? What in the actual fuck is happening? Alright, I need... So you look very different from each other. We actually spun the Goliath Bird Eater. It kind of looks like an ant with big legs. But, if things... If things go even crazier in Florida, and we don't end up leaving here, or if everything goes to shit and we have to end up staying where we're at, we've decided we're gonna fly as low under the radar as humanly possible and just hope nobody bothers us. And we'll put up a privacy fence. We'll get like automatic gate openers so that we can pull the car through, because our driveway is a U shape that goes behind our house. And anything that would draw attention to us from the outside, from like the front yard, would go in the backyard. Like all of my flamingos, all of my wind chimes, anything attention getting would like go in the back. If this is what we have to do. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what key I need to hit here. There we go. I need to get a screenshot of this guy, so bear with me 1 second here. I mean, I'll even take one of the Carolinas at this point, providing the community fits my needs. That the town is walkable, or if not walkable, then public transit, which is really kind of tough to find. That's why the area where my brother was ticking the boxes. It's like, oh, there's public transit. Oh, there's all kinds of grocery stores that could be pretty walkable. Like, there was the things that I needed. Without having to sacrifice a limb or an organ to be able to afford rent. What am I doing? A screenshot. Are you gonna open it? Thank you much. Alright, well, I don't need all that. I just need this. Sorry, I'm getting a screenshot of our spider. Yeah, okay, save. I don't know where I want this to go. I just want it to go in screenshots. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't need to be in a folder. Okay. It's making me make too many decisions and my brain's like, no! Like, want somewhere south and west, south and or west of my, yeah, like, I'll do Georgia. I'll do South Carolina. Like, I'll do, fuck, I know North Carolina still gets winter, but it wouldn't be here. Of course, we'd have to do, like, recon. We'd have to, like, go there for a few days. And see how we feel. Make sure that the environment is not going to be too pissy. Alright, you know what? Let's do it this way. I need... I don't... Really? I don't... Okay. We're gonna do a new input. Zoo... Why do I have my caps lock key on? Stop it. I didn't... Just stop it. I didn't tell you to turn on. Here. There. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's see how that goes. But, we'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see. Alright, construction. Alrighty, so... Okay, I would like for you to not be some weird ass crazy shape here. I do not know if you are big enough. So I mean, I feel like you need to be bigger than that. But let me put you there to start with. Ugh, seriously? You're the same size. So you would probably be a better option. Okay, so we got alright. What if we this is gonna get weird. Oh, damn it. So just kind of bear with me. I'm trying to keep track of the shapes in here. Is a little bit different in height. Okay. What if I duplicate you? Shit. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm doing these in different colors so I can see where all of our pieces are. And it'll make it a little bit easier to grab somebody if I need to, for whatever reason. Okay, I guess. And then front would be it's supposed to be a little bit smaller. What size is this? It's that one, right? So have to go. Feels like we're making the hot dog squad dog all over again. That might be out a little bit further. I'm obviously gonna have to recenter this guy. Might not be too bad. That might be a little better. That might be a little better. Okay. Sorry I keep spinning the camera. I guess. So it's kind of. What one is that? Is that more facing? This needs to be a different color so we can see what the Jeebus we're doing. Or is it? That's too big. For certain. This kind of feels like it's pointing down, though. Maybe there. Although they're kind of on an angle, aren't they? So if I have this one kind of on the inside of that, and then this one inside of that. Ah, damn it. So and then this guy. Like, maybe? I mean, I know it's not going to be 100% precise here. Like, I get that. Because we all know how fussy I can be. But Alright, hold on. Let me start grabbing pieces here. And of course you're gonna move weird now. No! Ah, fuck. Okay, what if we seen her yet? No. Damn it. I was hoping it would have fixed your weird arrow issue, but it did not. This is gonna be a little weird. Okay, that's not too bad. Now I need to figure out leggies, right? So alright. There were oh no, you're too thick. I need to edit you. So, say I was to duplicate you. But I've changed my mind. They're like little tiny itty bitty baby legs. But these are I forgot to turn the thingy back on. Let me look in here. I mean, these are kind of interesting. But we can only change the stripe color. Like the white part. So while that's interesting, I don't think it's gonna quite be what I'm looking for. 4 meters, 6 meter, 2 meter, 2 meter. I thought there was a 1 meter. Oh god, you're tiny. Oh, that's not gonna. I mean... It has potential. Not that one, that one's too big. Huh. So... maybe... I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make this work, but we're certainly gonna give it a try. That seems a little too long. Well, is that like touching the ground though? That might be touching the ground. I can stick a couple more rocks under there if it comes to it. Like, that's not a problem. Okay, then I want to come into here. Those aren't really large. Am I gonna have to go into the Oceania pack specifically? So if I were to... they're kind of like gray, I guess. On the segmentees. Oh, that's not quite it, is it? let's see, can we make a slight more adjustment to you? I'm just trying to cover the weird joint where those two kind of came together. That's all I'm really trying to do. Alright, so wood color. Paint color. I mean, kinda. It's not great. But at the same time, it kinda works. Like, it kinda. Okay, so if I grab you and you, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And I want to duplicate you over, let's see, here ish. I mean, it's not. It's all sorts of Nisey build terrible, but I mean, I don't have a whole lot to work with here, so I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, I still have to make the body black and stuff, but okay, so we've got the two little doodles on the side of the tiny doodles. So now we need 1, 2, 3, 4 leggies on each side. Okay. We're off to an interesting start. Okay, where did I... Okay, so really all of this is gonna be in Oceania. Alright. So that was 2 meters. So I'm thinking we either have to go 3 or 4 for the other leggies. Sorry, I needed chapstick. Sorry, that was not something I could ignore anymore. It was driving me insane. Although the 3 meter is too thin, so I mean the 4's doable. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Really? You're just... okay. You're gonna be... weird too. 3, 4. I think I want to move you a little bit. Alright. Like roughly there. I know they have to be touching and shit. It's fine. I'm just getting approximate placement. It's okay. One. 2. 3. 4. Alright. Oh boy. Alright. So. This guy. This guy. Alright, let me... Well, he's kinda angled up, actually. He's gonna have the longest legs ever. Supermodels are gonna be jealous. Okay, so if I put you there. And what if I... Too big. Too big. Still potentially too big. Don't know that you are big enough. Just to have a slightly better connection point. I mean, it's not too horrifying. Sorry, I'm having trouble getting in here. Ah! Too far. Just trying to see that I'm touching. Yeah, it's not bad. Alright, so if we make you black, alright? Okay, then you... Okay, you are actually our color. Okay. Okay. So now... It's all sorts of lopsided. Oh my goodness gracious. The messes I get myself into. I swear. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And then I'm like, oh wait. How in the fuck shit am I gonna execute that? Ooh. Alright. Okay, so I don't necessarily know that our leggies are going to be able to come down to the ground. That might not be quite feasible. So we're either gonna have to add more rocks to this.
Or you could just have those legs hanging over the crowd.
I mean, I guess. Okay, let's come back into here. So there's like the little, oh god. There's like a little doodle coming off his feet, right? Except that's a little big. And that's a little small. Okay. I guess it's gonna have to be this one. He's got some little footy doos. Such technical term, but we've got little footy doos. Sorry, the angle is pissing me off, so like, well, let's just start over. So he's kind of got a shoe at the moment. The only problem is that our black is like too black. On this wood. So I can't see where my I mean, that looks kind of weird. Right? So now I feel like it needs to be oh god, that is tiny in comparison. Okay, not that. Oh, we could have done that for the tarantula hair, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really seeing... We could just not do that part. Right, because that is black. Like, it doesn't get any blacker. which is a slight worriment now. Because if I make you... Well, no, that doesn't look too bad. So what we were using the medium. But we were using the medium on the smaller one here. So I guess we're gonna have to do the large. Yeah. Was it this color? Yeah, I think so. Alright. So now, see if we, whoop, too close. Back that on up. Like, need to be zoomed in enough to see what the fuck I'm doing, but I need to be zoomed out enough to hit the doodles. Alright. It's a great spider though. I mean, it's alright. It's definitely something I've put together.
It is identifiably a spider. That's all you can ask.
I mean, we're not done yet, but we'll see if it still looks spider-esque by the time we're done here. Alright, I need to tilt that. Motorcycle going by. I mean, that's not too terrible. We're not quite there yet, though. We need to cover this front a little bit more. Oh dear. Well, I mean, rope will cover a multitude of sins, right? Maybe. Kinda, sorta. Like, I just need you to cooperate. So there's gonna be a gap there. Alright, that's a little better. Okay, now. No, I don't want that. I want the little thing. Oh, you're not gonna let me grab the little thing now? No, no, no. I want that. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Alright, you remember to hit duplicate before you move it. Do I wanna... Hang on. I don't know... if this is gonna work in my favor. I really can't scenery them. Seriously. Duplicate it. What did it say? 11? No. Stop unclicking. Stop that. Okay, if I split you... Okay. Let me just sit you there for the moment. Alright, so you... If I say I remove you. Okay. And say I duplicate you. You okay? And we kinda do okay, that's not too bad, right? Alright, so hang on, I do want to come back into what? Is that the one I want? Or is this the one I want? No, I'm not sure which one I was using. Okay. Ick. I mean, it kind of looks like rope on the picture. Kind of. The lies we tell ourselves. It's fine. Alright. Now. Oh my goodness. Okay. I covered up my bauble. No, I want that. Look, you. We just went through this fight. I want this, thank you. I need to duplicate you to... Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know if that's where you're staying, but... Okay. So. Because I split it from the group. Okay. Let's see if we can try to get you in here. Potentially. Sorry for the wild, crazy spinning. Okay, what if we turn you slightly? You know what? All of you should actually be turned. Honestly. Okay, so let me pop you into there. Come back into here. Ah, that's gonna fuck that up. Not too bad though. Oh, I don't want to turn him. He's not getting turned. He's just gonna have to be that way. Because that's gonna be a whole load of bullshit that I'm not in the mood to deal with. I really don't want to grab all those little ropey guys again. Okay. Alright, so let me get rid of you. And we'll... You know what? We'll just grab this one. It's already up here. Save me some trouble in the end. In theory. How do I want to do you? How do I want to do you? Crazy Legs McGee. That's definitely some crazy ass spider legs. Okay. So it's going a little faster now that I see a repiece that. I'm not getting quite as many personalized tweaks on it though for the angles, but you know what? Sometimes I get a little too lost in the weeds, so maybe it's better that way. But there is only so much you can do with the Planet Zoo pieces to begin with. So we don't have a giant spider piece. So here's the thing. I don't know that I'm going to be able to move him again. We'll worry about that in a minute, I guess. I was like, oh, well, we could sink him down, but no. Yes. Peppers. Sorry. There was one dungeon in WoW from Panda where the end boss was terribly indecisive about the brew he was making. And sometimes we'll still reference that when we can't make up our minds. No. Yes. Okay. So sometimes I will say that to myself if I'm being particularly much with something. Alright. Okay. So you, I'm going to... No. I'm going to do it this way. Because technically... we're gonna have to do a lot of work with you. Technically. Because you're all out of... Nope. There we go. You are much too far in. How about we... Come on, Zuzu, let's go. Zuzu, go with Daddy. He's so weird lately. He like shows up to go potty, and then when you try to take him potty, he's like, nah, I'm just gonna stand here. It's like, don't be a punk ass, let's go. They cut off that music kinda suddenly. I was like, what just happened? I thought my game was crashing for a second. I was like, hi? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, I've got to fix that in a second. If I can. I need to get this. No. This. This. No, this. Thank you. I have to be careful here that I just didn't fuck up the other side of it. Okay, that should be okay now. so that's not too... we still have to put eyes on him, but that's not too bad. Okay, that we're gonna get rid of. Always happens to you in games you've been hurt so much by crashes. Yeah, you know what? Now that I said it, I think I've only ever really had, like, one crash in here ever. But I'm, like, super paranoid about it as this file is getting larger. 'Cause, yeah, the zoo's not that big. But I also don't know how much this PC can handle. And I know the Jesus Christ. Somebody's bass on their car is so loud. My desk is vibrating. The walls are vibrating. And my inner ear is vibrating. What the fuck? I hope they're not setting up shop in the car wash, because they did that one day last week. I think last Saturday. And I was about to just fucking scream because it hurt so bad. It was giving me a headache. And then we had to deal with the missing dog that wandered onto our property. Last weekend was not a good weekend. That's for certain. But I also know that the old PC... Damn it! Thank you, undo button. Oh, bother. You just saved the game that you're playing after that? Yeah, you know, I don't want to jinx it now. Oh shit, what time is it? Okay, give me 1 second. I will be right back. Sorry, I forgot that we were having baked potatoes with dinner tonight, and I forgot I wanted to put them in the oven at 3, and I just looked at the time and I'm like, oh fuck, it's 3:30. So I had to quick run and do that. Sorry, apologies, my bad. Anyway. Anywho's. We don't normally do baked potatoes, especially on streaming nights. Because I forget to put them in because I'm in the middle of stream. And I had said to Russell, he's like, why are you doing the potatoes now? I said, because I might have to have you throw them in if I'm tied up. He's like, okay. And I completely forgot. I guess that one is at a little bit more of a steeper angle here. Yeah, my mom was, whenever I was buying steaks before, she couldn't chew them. And so I stopped buying them. And then she's like, well, see if they have any New York strip steaks when you go to Sam's. And I'm like, Mom, they're going to be ghastly expensive. And you said you couldn't chew the steak. She goes, well, no, I can't chew sirloin because it's tougher. I can chew the New York strip. Kinda. And I looked at her, I'm like, you're going to spend that kind of money on something you can kinda chew? She's like, well, I'm buying it. I was like, all right, fine. And I didn't feel like arguing with her anymore about it because I thought it was a waste of money for what it was. I mean, there was 4 in the pack, so I guess it worked out to like $10 and change per, but that's still painful to me. And I'm like, oh. Because they're gonna shrink when they cook, and I'm like, I'm like, I could buy 2 roasts or like 2 packs of beef cubes for this price. That I can get a hell of a lot more meals out of. But what the fuck ever. That's what she wants. That's what she's gonna get. We'll see if she's gonna be happy with it. Russell doesn't eat steak, so I don't know what he's gonna do for dinner. We went to bed around 11:30 midnight last night. I woke up at one point and he was up, or he got up. Maybe I hadn't quite fallen asleep yet. He's like, my anxiety is just too much. He's like, I can't. And I was like, okay. And then I woke up again and he was still at his computer, but he was getting up and starting to walk away from it. I'm like, what time is it? And he's like, 7. I was like, seriously? I was like, nanas. So he goes, yeah, but what can I do? He's like, I couldn't lay down. I was like, well, you should have woke me up. He goes, why? I'm like, well, then I could have kept you company. Maybe we could have, like, played mini golf or something. That way you wouldn't have been up alone, at the very least. And he was supposed to have therapy this morning, too. And, his doctor, or counselor, or whatever the fuck she is, she was like, well, it's gonna have to be on the phone today. Because she was in the car or something. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, we could just reschedule. And she's like, no, it's fine. And he thought that she was like doing local driving, so he's done that before with her when she's been busy. It turned out, no, she was like highway driving. And he's like, yeah, no, I can't really hear you anyway because of the road noise. And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't want to have her be distracted while thoughtfully listening to you and giving feedback while also trying to drive on the highway, interstate, whatever. I'd be a little concerned because then if she got in an accident, I'd have that sitting on my head. So I'm like, yeah, no, that's okay. We can do this next time. Yeah, like she just wanted it as a something, but like I usually, she has trouble chewing some stuff because of her dentures being so worn down. Like she can chew chicken fine. But like any kind of meat I usually get like the stew beef cubes, or something else that Russell can cut like super thin and like make like fajita strips out of, or like I'll get a roast and do pot roast and just like cook the fuck out of it so that it's like disintegrating when you pull it out of the pot. I know everybody's gonna come for me. It's how she can eat it. That's the way it is. When you get old, shit sucks. But, you know, you do what you gotta do. So, let's see. Okay, we can kinda roll with that. Alright, so here's the thing. Can I? So, you know, or I'll get like the beef cube stew meat and I'll just cook that for a couple of hours. Okay. I want to split everything. Now, $173. Okay. But I split you all. Fuck. You're really gonna make... Okay. 1, 2. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not. I refuse. What I'm not doing is that. So let's, I know I haven't finished coloring them yet. I'll get there in due timeids. Who am I using? I'm using that guy. That's tiny. Wow, that's super tiny by comparison. But, you know. I'll be here for like 2 hours trying to reattach everything. I mean, I might have just been able to undo the split. But you know. Let's see if we... Well, I mean, this is the guy that we originally had in here, right? Okay, well that looks supportive there. So then... this guy. Right, like I'm looking for supportive under the body at the moment. We'll worry about the leggies in a minute, and I still have to finish recoloring him. Guess what I almost forgot to do? Husband?
What?
Put the baked potatoes in.
Oh, sorry.
Why are you sorry? I lost track of the time.
Well, originally you were going to have me put them in.
Yeah, I was going to tell you to go put them in and I forgot. Alright, let's see. Okay, that's not too bad. A little gappy there, but that's fine. Okay. Now. That's a little short. Oh, that's a little tall. So did you finish, or do you still have another charge you have to do?
Oh, I've got like another 2 charges.
Oh,
At
wow.
this point, I'm probably not going to be done today.
So, like, we could... We could leave it like that and do, like, support rods. Like, that's possible. You okay there, buddy? Water go down the wrong way again? Ah, my poor mosies. Mosey toesies. So that's not looking too bad. Alright, so this guy. That's too tiny. That's still pretty tiny. Oh no, I feel another sneeze coming. Ah! No more sneezes. Well, that really is a tiny guy. Oh, and then there's this guy. Nope, 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 nope. Wrong direction. Forgot we had used this guy earlier. Hi, Momo. What's the matter? Hmm? Excuse me. You've been sassy today, sir. Yes, you have. You has been extremely sassy pants today. I don't know if I like it. It's bad enough your brother's a bit of a sassy pants.
I just feel sassy.
Yeah. I think he's mad because he didn't get to lay out in the grass today. Alright, so I know we haven't finished coloring him yet. Just hang on. I want to get these leggies situated here. Is it columns or is it structural? There should be... Oh, that was something... Did I make that? No, that's something of Russell's, I think. I need... Okay, what I'm looking for, I think, is... I mean, this could work. What color would we paint it, though? Paint it our rock color? Or would we paint it black? I'm just worried if we paint it black. It's gonna... That is nowhere near where I needed that to be. Like, nowhere near. You're also a little bit thick there, buddy. I mean, I guess that kind of works. It definitely gives us some leggy support. Alright. Okay, so this guy, let me hop you that way. And then maybe that way. Okay, so you're gonna have to get angled a little bit more. Okay, that's not looking too terrible. We're getting there. Okay. So I need another one of these guys. Well, that's not the right angle. That is far from it. And you aren't even... Well, I mean, you're kind of touching. Okay. Alright, we should probably have... Oh no, I guess we don't need that there. We do need this here. And I think we're in the rock, so we shouldn't have any issues with it poking through the stands. I don't think. Okay, there's that guy. Nope, 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 nope. I'm not done with that. Okay. So now, where do I want to put you? Okay, that looks like that is anchored there. Okay, and then we'll anchor this guy into there, right? And then we probably need one, if not two. I mean, there was probably awning supports I could have grabbed to do this. I just didn't think about it till after I was already partway through with this guy. Okay, that's not so bad. And like we can tuck some plants and stuff in around all up there. Okay, now we have to do our eyes. Okay. So let me come into construction. I think it's wall signs. Left eye. Wait, is that the... No. That's... Wait. Is that the left eye? It depends on what way you're looking at it. Facing it, yeah, that's the left eye. technically. A little cross-eyed spider. Alright, so that would be about there-ish, I guess. Come on, camera. Work with me here. Alright, so then I want to come back into... I mean, we could go into eye shape, or not eye shapes, but art shapes. Oh no, we could go red. And then make that black. Ooh, spooky. No. Aw, you're gonna be a bitch about this. No. I want what I want. And that ain't it. Thank you. Need to get pulled over just a little bit. Too far. Okay, now this guy. Now, are you gonna let me grab both of you? Oh, that's only 2 objects. I needed 4 of you. Which 2 did I grab? Those 2. Okay. No. Look, green disc. You're not what I'm trying to grab here. So let me... You two... into there. And now, no. Green disc. I'm tickled that you want to be the star of the show. I really am. But you're not. Wow, that hitbox, man. Alright, well, that's good enough. At least I think it's good enough. We will see. And then our art shapes. Let's make you black. You are gonna be black. You are not going to be black. You are now going to be black. And you are now going to be black as well. Right. I'm just gonna blueprint this real quick. Spider leggy. It's a spider leg. Other. All right, well, there's our terrifying spider from the ground view. Teetering over top of the information booth. In all of its dorky glory. It could use a paint job, but you know, what can you do? It's fading in the sun. So, I mean, we tried. Idea wasn't quite, or it didn't turn out as quite as when we originally planned it, but as I was thinking about it, I was like, oh shit, I don't think that's doable in the parameters that I was originally thinking for the size, right? But, like, if it was just a tiny thing, like, in reality, in reality, we could have just made these 4 things, those 4 spiders. That was, if we had gone small, that was possible. But I didn't end up doing that. I suppose I still could. but I don't feel like changing all the pathways again and everything. So I think we're just gonna leave it alone and do our spiders on the outside and leave our vendors there and do some foliage, and we'll put some temple wall up. We'll get to all that next week, but you can't deny what it is and what exhibits are there. Yeah, it's definitely. Our little dorky spider. Oh, let's look at it at night. I want to know if the eyes are going to glow red. They probably won't. Oh, I've got the flashlight on. Okay, kinda backlit a teeny tiny bit of red ring around them. But, you know. It's okay. It's alright. So one dorky spider. Oh man, now I'm really thinking maybe I should just rip out the vendor things and just slip those in there and do a smaller thing. Oh, should I, or should I leave it be? Because if... God damn it, brain. Because if I rip out the booths, right? I can slip these things in there, and then it would just be one per all the way around. And then I could move the whole thing like over to here and it would fit where we were originally trying to put it. I don't know. Oh, I could squeeze it in over here. Damn. What do I want to do? Shit. Because that would have, like, kind of fall back on the original idea. Fuck. Damn it, brain. Why you gotta? I'm gonna have to think about that. If I can pull out the vendor stands, well, if I can make a copy of this whole thing, we might. Maybe. God damn it. I'll just ever, like, get pissed off at your brain. Be like, why? Spider exhibit house. Spider shell. I don't fucking know. Because now you're gonna make me scroll through. You're only giving me... First of all, you're giving me exhibits. Okay. First of all. I mean, habitats. You're not giving me exhibits. What? Okay, fine. Whatever. My blueprints. Oh, where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you go? My spider house dome. There you are. So, it did let me blueprint it. And it does look like it's all intact. Fuck. I'll tell you what. How about this? How about this? So, how about we take this and see where that might fit. If it might fit over here, or maybe here, or maybe here, if I can get the pathway right. And we won't touch this yet. We won't touch it yet. But we'll just maybe see if we can make this work with the exhibits in there. But we'll do that next week. We'll still leave that in place. And we'll just see maybe what it looks like next week. And see if we like that better. Because I really wasn't completely happy with this layout, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I kind of liked the weird diamond-y shapes in the walkways and stuff. And I was like, oh, we could put some foliage in there. But maybe we can work out something a little bit better if we just, you know, kind of fall back on the original idea. But we'll leave that for next week. So, thank you guys for bearing with my indecisiveness today and my sinus headache. That wasn't helping. Tomorrow. Yeah, it could be used for something. It could be used for something. Potentially. So I'm not going to take it down yet. And who knows, I might not like the layout, depending on what the pathway decides to do with the spider shell. We'll see. But I might leave the pathways as they are if spider shell ends up working out somewhere else. Because I do like the way the pathway is laid out there. And maybe I just rip the other stuff out and leave the pathway laid out that way for now. We'll have to see how next Friday feels. I could turn it into a different exhibit animal because I think we still have a couple, not many, but I think we still have a couple left that we haven't gotten to yet. We are going to run out of exhibit animals soon though. So, hey, random wheel, how about we get some habitats or something going here? We have more exhibits than habitats. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens next week. Tomorrow, I don't think anything is happening, so we should be starting somewhat on time tomorrow. We'll be back to painting our birdhouses. We have to finish painting our trailer birdhouse. I think my indecisiveness has finally decided that the couple of the panels are going to be white and just the roof is going to be silver. I keep trying to shy away from the white on the doors, but I think I might have to reprime those. Because that's going to be a fuck ton of layers of white paint, but we'll see. We might start out with the white paint, and then I might have to add a layer of Jocelyn. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll be finishing up our birdhouse project. And then Sunday, we will be, Sunday and Monday, we'll be back into our needle felts. I am working on the speed felt for the, for episode 9. I know that is long overdue for you guys. I'm about a half hour through the 2-hour video that Russell cut it down into. So I've been working on that, I think, since Wednesday night, maybe Tuesday night. So maybe another week and a half on that one. Depends on how much I can get done on Tuesday and Wednesday. So that should be coming sooner than later, and then I'll hand my hard drive over to him to do the cut on episode 10, because I know that is owed to you guys as well. But we're trying to get caught up. So thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. I do greatly appreciate it. I hope everybody's weekend gets off to a good start. Be careful out there, and hopefully the ground stops shaking up in the northeast. And hopefully it doesn't get shaky for anybody else. Or at least not too shaky. A little bit of shaky is okay, and sometimes the little bit of shaky prevents the big shaky, so, you know, maintenance shaky. But hopefully everybody stays safe, and I will see you tomorrow for birdhouses. Have a good evening.